Hey everyone, we're going to get started in just a couple of minutes. Can everybody hear me okay? Can I get a thumbs up there if everybody can hear me all right? Fantastic, thank you. All righty, everyone, welcome. We're going to go ahead and get started. We are at the top of the hour. So maybe it's just a little bit of a soft opening while we wait for maybe one or two more people to kind of trot into the room. We could maybe take a minute to find out where everybody is coming in from. So we'll do a little question in the classroom chat. If I can get that turned on, the meeting's on. I don't seem to be able to open that particular window. Just give me a second here. All right, so it looks like I can maybe only do it from this side. Oh, wait a minute, I should be able to do it from right here. Chat available only during the meeting, so I should be in. That's weird. Okay, not really sure what's up with that. All right, so I'm coming in from, good thing I'm on two systems, only for Connecticut over here in the United States. Where is everybody else coming in from? Jersey. All right, stone's throw from here. Not too far away. Morocco. All right, so way far away for you. It looks like I've got some chimes going on here. So this is a first time for me using this new format. So I'm kind of hopeful that everybody's able to go in and get into the room. Oh, that's what I'm looking for right there. There's a meeting lobby. I didn't see that function there. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna get started. I'm not gonna delay too much. I know people will probably straggle and come in here and there. So we're gonna get started. So I put this session together with Sarah Kong. I wanted to take the opportunity to bring some of this training publicly, right? You know, we do a lot of the training here at Microsoft internally for a lot of our very large customers. We have other Microsoft certified trainers out there like myself that are external to the organization that are bringing this type of training to different individual users in different groups and different communities. And I said, I think I want to give this a try and see if we can't do it as well as they do it, right? So I thought, why not put a session up? Let's put it out on social media, see who might be interested to come in and sit the class, right? So this is pretty much going to be a full bore SC-900 class. So we're doing about 3 hours of it today and the other 3 hours of it tomorrow. I have all this material I have put together from a set of study notes that I've got. So as long as I'm talking about that, I might as well just go ahead and drag them right in here so you can see them on the screen. I don't expect you to read this. This is very small and smaller screens. One of the things that I'll kind of outline to all of you is feel free to take notes as you would like as we're going through all the material. Uh, I I don't want to dissuade anybody from going ahead and doing that. At the same time, I don't want folks to think, oh, I've really got to take notes because I don't want to miss this later. I don't want to miss that. I want to be able to go and look that up. If taking notes is your thing, if it's the way you study, fantastic, go for it. Otherwise, don't worry about it. This entire study guide that I've put together here, I'm just cleaning a little bit of it up. Should have it done by tomorrow, and it's going to be available for download. So this guide, which I think I've got a page count. It's like 278 pages. It's gonna literally be just about everything that I've got in the slides, more or less what I've got in the slides and what I'm going to discuss as part of the session with all of you is encompassed within that document. So I don't want you to think you have to go crazy taking notes. I basically have all the notes for you, and we'll be giving them out tomorrow. So I'll kind of start up with that one. As far as everything else goes, I just want to kind of encourage everybody to go ahead and interact as you feel like it as we go through. I tend to kind of run these sessions pretty much. I guess the easiest way to say would be kind of steamroller like. I just kind of keep going with the training material and the conversation and the lecture piece because there's a lot to cover. We're basically covering a fundamentals course that's normally a one-day course, but it's pretty long at about 6 hours, and we're going to try and scope it out over the 2 days. I am going to probably take a short break the top of each hour. So it's 2 o'clock Eastern time where I am. So at 3 o'clock, we'll probably take about a 10 to 12 minute break or so. And then we'll probably take one more at the top of the next hour and then run right through the end. I pretty much do expect it to take the entire 3 hours. I've got a break point in here that I built in. So if we reach that a little early, I anticipated maybe some questions in the chat that we would stop and answer. So if that doesn't come to pass and the material flows a little bit better than I'm figuring, we might finish a little bit early. So there's always that possibility as well. So before I kind of get started, are there really any questions about how the process is going to work over the course of today, and it'll be a similar process tomorrow? Does anybody have any introduction questions? All right, fantastic. I'm going to get started. So another point of housekeeping, this session is being recorded and transcribed. So if that's of any type of concern to you, I did want to let you know the meeting is being recorded and the meeting notes are being transcribed. Additionally, if you're viewing the recording later, I'm not going to start and stop the video. I actually don't have any control. It auto started for me. So I don't know that I've got all the controls anyway. So when we take the breaks are going to end up being recorded. So for those of you that are watching recording, you can just kind of move through and move beyond the edge of the break and then get started all over again. All right, so that's it. So without further ado, a little bit of an introduction about myself. My name is Jason Zandri. I am a Microsoft technical trainer and a Microsoft certified trainer. I have been doing training for quite a while now. I got my original Microsoft certified training certification back in 2001, early 2001. So this is my 24th year of training. So by and large, most of my training sessions and seminars and so forth have all been nights and weekends type things. So I've done a variety of things at small partner businesses that did training, done some things at Mitchell College in New London, Connecticut, Fairfield University here in Fairfield, Connecticut. But other than that, it really had not been my full-time job. I did a host of other things. I've been in information technology since 1998 formally. I have not done full-time training except for the past 6 years. In 2019, there was this opportunity at Microsoft to come. They were creating a full board trainer team, and so I decided, I love doing it. I love doing it as part of my job at night. After I do my day job, do this stuff at night. Even during my job, sometimes doing different things and kind of teaching and instructing. Hey, here's what I'm doing as I walk through it. So I wanted to kind of offer that more often, and I got this opportunity to come on full time, and I said I'm going to take a shot and do it. And like I said, I've been doing it since March of 2019, so I'm approaching that 6-year mark. So that's a little bit about me. Nothing too particular, nothing too fancy. Now a little bit more about the course. So like I said, we're going to do a little bit of an introduction on the SC-900 certification itself, the exam. We're going to talk a little bit about the overarching skills measured, all of these domain areas of study that are listed here. I've tried to break the training down that I've created here pretty much in line with those domain areas of study. They float around a little bit. There is a subsection that I do first that deals with a lot of what I'll call rudimentary is probably the wrong term, but introduction and fundamental discussion topics about cybersecurity, the threat landscape, awareness, mitigation strategies, and so on. So as a fundamental course, there's not a lot of deep diving. It's almost like making you aware of these different elements and then kind of moving along. So there's a lot of intro, there's a lot of overview, there's a lot of like I said, fundamentals. And then beyond that, we start to have there's other courses beyond that for that. So this is pretty much the first part of the course, if you will. And then we kind of move into other discussion elements like, concept of security, compliance, and identity, a little bit about Microsoft Entra, and then we move on from there. So just as an introduction or an overview to the exam itself, the exam is a fundamentals exam. It is targeted for, it's targeted for the technical folks and the non-technical alike. And I use that term kind of loosely. I mean, I was a job changer. I wasn't in information technology my entire life. I got into information technology around the time I was 28 years old. So I did something entirely different. So these types of classes, courses, and exams, like the fundamentals level certifications, they actually are designed for new IT professionals. You need to bring a core level of understanding of certain elements, but it is pretty much a start from scratch type certification. So the SC-900 for security, AI 900 for artificial intelligence, the AZ-900 for Azure, and so on. There are all those entry-level elements that are available to folks that are just getting started. So it's a good launching point. There's a lot of different resources that you can use to prepare for the exam. There are guides on Microsoft Learn. There are study guides like the one I put together that I'm going to make sure to get out to all of you tomorrow. There's an exam sandbox you can go take a look at to get the look and feel of a Microsoft certified, Microsoft certification exam, so you can see what it looks like. The exam itself is 45 minutes long. So there's really two times involved here. There's a seat time of 65 minutes or so, 65 minutes. And then there's the overall duration of the exam. It's 45 minutes. So what that basically means is you get an extended amount of time because you have to sit down, log in, fill out all the demographic information, read the disclosures and all of that. And then once you start the official exam, the timer is on for that exam, and it's about 45 minutes. It's available in multiple different languages. I have them all listed here. And all of Microsoft's exams, part of their certification program, they're all pass-fail. So it's a 700 or greater. And so I've been doing this since Windows 95 and NT4, and I can tell you that there's only, for me personally, there's only maybe a singular benefit of getting a very high score. There might be one or two more. I'm not exactly sure. The only thing that a very high score ever told me was that I understood the material very well. I got one extremely high score. A lot of my other scores are in the 800s on the different certifications I've taken. A few have been 700, and a few of those, a subset of those, were ones I failed first and had to climb back up over the wall to get through them. So it's never an easy, nothing's ever perfect nor easy. So kind of going back to a really high score, all that really tells me I know the material very well, and probably the negative piece of that is I probably overstudied to take the exam. There is no difference to someone. I don't remember what I got on the SC-900. It's been a long while since I got it. It was probably in the 800s, and there is no difference between my score and someone that scores 710 and passes. We're both certified. So I don't want to suggest to anybody that, well, you should just go in and try to do the bare minimum, but you shouldn't spend months worrying that you might not understand some particular topic. Time and exposure on the job will get you that understanding that whatever you might be missing by trying to take a course like this one, reading on your own, doing labs, whatever the case might be. So I guess the message there is don't fret about the score. And it doesn't matter if it's a 710. The person that's getting their degree in medicine that passes whatever the passing mark is still called doctor. And you don't go to the doctor and say, gee, what was your GPA? You just go, please stitch my arm. So I don't want people to over focus on the score other than say, that's my target. That's what I'm going for. So now we're just going to kind of drill down into the material. So like I said, as I go, I'm just going to kind of push through the different discussion topics. If you've got a question, I've got it up on my screen. If it comes in the chat, I'll try to catch it and answer it as we go. But I want you to feel comfortable going ahead and asking questions if you've got them. So when we think about, cybersecurity threats and attacks and what we got to do to mitigate these issues, we understand that these issues are becoming more and more frequent. They are getting into different parts of our lives from things that we never would have thought of even 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago. I don't think that 10 years ago, people were stopping to think about systems that were on segmented networks that controlled the lighting and the climate control in our office buildings as an attack vector, because there was literally nothing to grab onto in there as an exposure point to go in and affect. We understand that the landscape continually changes. Things like global supply chains get impacted by these types of attacks. And like we saw in COVID, anytime the supply chain gets all jammed up, it's got problems on a socio and economic scale. Every cyber criminal, every bad guy out there is trying to break systems for different reasons. Sometimes it's for personal information. Sometimes it's trying to get information out of health systems or being able to get some sort of a competitive advantage. The idea with it is that it is a shortcut way for these individuals to get whatever it is they want to get. It could be a nation state looking to get information on somebody that they are, they're at war with or have a large opposing view to. They may be looking to undermine certain elements, the financial industry, the healthcare industry, whatever the case might be. The idea is that it's a dog race, right? The cyber criminals are figuring out different ways to attack. The security analysts and administrators are trying to defend. At the same time, while they're defending all these attacks, they are trying to also fortify their configuration so they're not broken into in the first place. So the attackers have one job: get in. The people that defend really have two major jobs: go mitigate the problem that's happening right now, and then build a better sandbox so that it never happens again. when we think about defining cybersecurity and understanding, what is it that we're doing as security professionals, it always comes down to the CIA triad and data and information, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now, even when you're defending your identities, right? People are trying to break into your accounts in the organization. You are also you're still in that CIA triad, even with your identities. You're trying to maintain the confidentiality of your identities, maintain the integrity of their logons, and making sure that their logons are available for the appropriate individuals to utilize and not the attackers. So when we think about data and information and systems and resources, it always comes down to these elements. And anytime you'll often see the CIA triad as an actual triangle. The reason why they often represent it that way, and we have to think about it that way, is understanding that as a three-sided element, and each side being one part of the element here, anytime that you move one side to do something, you're potentially affecting the others. Confidentiality, we could use that as an example. If I'm going to tighten up some element of confidentiality, let's say a data resource, storage account. If I am increasing confidentiality elements to it, so less people have access, we're shrinking availability, right, on the other side. Now, it might be warranted. Before, we might have labeled the business data a certain way and allowed more people to see it or get access to it. We ultimately might decide to change our minds about that, change the confidentiality level, which then changes the availability level. Same thing with integrity. When you shrink the availability level of access to the resource, you might take some ability to manipulate data appropriately away. So someone might have originally had the rights to go in and make changes to a document, make changes to a spreadsheet, insert data into a database, and now they don't. So you're fortifying the integrity, but you're making it less available for edit access in an example like that one. When we think about these different types of attacks, we understand that there are certain tools that the attackers are going to use, laptops, computers, and phones, but they leverage that equipment, those resources, and they will use other elements to do what it is they're doing. When we talk about people as part of their tool set, it's from things like social engineering, right? Being able to convince people you're an authority and they should expose some information and give it to you and you can use it. As a Microsoft employee, I don't know how many times I was on a customer site and talking to their security people, and I would literally walk up with them to an employee at a desk, introduce myself to them, and say, "Hi, I'm Jason Zandri. I'm from Microsoft, yada, yada, yada. Do me a favor, please. Log on with your username and password so that I can see the logon process that I'm going to be reviewing." And they would just do it. And they would do it right in front of me, and I could see them do it. They would expose it directly to me. So, and they assumed it was okay because I had a Microsoft badge. So that's that social engineering part, right? Make people step outside of procedure through some sense of urgency, through some type of emergency, and make them expose more information than they should. A lot of the core tactics that they use are these four. When they do get control of data information, ransomware is a big one. If they can get the ransomware up and running in an environment, and then generally at that point start encrypting it, that's generally what the process and the purpose of ransomware technologies are. Once they start doing that, you're at a point where the legitimate users and owners of that data can't get access anymore. So by doing that, they're able to extort them for money generally in order to regain their access. And one of the problems with that is it's not always a clean process, right? Number one, a ransomware attack on an organization is never a simple element. It's not like they got in today, they're running one tool, and they're encrypting a bunch of data. A lot of times it's piecemeal. They get in, they use one type of algorithm, they get pushed back out. Another day they will come in and they will get in with a different way, and they'll use a different type of encrypting algorithm. And so when it gets down to the point of dealing with the terrorists, for lack of a better way to say it, you have a situation where if an organization decides to pay, there's a couple of problems that also introduces. First off, they're going to get decryption keys that don't always work because of the remote and clandestine pattern by which the attacker was trying to move through their environment. Not all of the keys are going to unlock all of the data. That's number one. So there's still some data that's lost. The second piece of it is that by agreeing to pay the amount, you're basically dealing with the attacker. So now they know you'll pay. They know that you are willing to negotiate with a terrorist and pay them, so they will come back. If they've got the same ability to get back into your environment, they're going to do it, and they're going to try to re-encrypt your data and do this all over again. Sometimes breaking into an environment is just to go in and get the data and information out, steal it, get copies of it for myself. If it's R&D, maybe I could sell it to somebody else. Maybe I'm in that field, I can use it somewhere else. Sometimes it's an element of getting the data and information to expose. If you don't really like company A, and if you attack company A and you could find out that they covered up something, or they hid something, or they paid a fine for something, but it wasn't generally known, you could expose that data and cause them different problems. And obviously all of this leads to general disruption. A lot of times these different entities are they're single. They are it says that my mic is muted. You guys can still hear me, correct? Just want to make sure this thing popped up on me. I think I'm still I think I'm still audible. So I'm just going to keep going. A lot of times they are lone attackers operating independently. Thank you. Operating independently, just kind of want to know. They want to see if they could do it. They want to grab some data and information and so on. Sometimes there are groups, there are organized hacking groups that are out there. They fight causes. They feel like they are entitled or emboldened to do what they're doing. They're gonna go in as different groups of individuals. Some people will work the social circle aspect, bring back the information. Other people are going to be on the hardware trying to do the attack work. There are organizations for hire. There are professional entities out there that will do the things you can't do. There's a skill set that's involved, which unfortunately, if some of these attackers worked on the better side of I don't know what else to say, the better side of the fence, the proper side of the fence, they'd probably go really far in information technology, but they'd rather do what they're doing. They feel like, again, they may get a certain charge or a thrill out of bending and breaking the law. They may feel like it's their job to expose these different elements and so on. So that's what they do. And some of them, as I mentioned before, they're state-sponsored attackers. You've got one government entity that wants the information on the other government entity, and they go off and they do that. When we think about the SC-900 certification and the skills that are aligned with it, and of course just the everyday work with being a security analyst or a security administrator, the defense posture that you can take to put into place as part of your defense against these threats are elements like these. Making sure that you've got regular updates. This goes without saying to every piece of software that's out there. Yes, the Windows operating system has been inherently easy for attackers to break into. It's Over the years, Microsoft has had new releases, code rebuilds from the ground up. Office Suite's been revamped, but there's always going to be a way to take something that's supposed to operate a particular way to serve a proper purpose, for lack of saying it any differently, and using it for some other need, some other use. And as these applications fail in their own safeguards, then you have the ability to break into them. So fixing vulnerabilities when they're discovered and responsible disclosure of vulnerabilities is really important. Just like you can't possibly know everything about your automobile, or if you don't have an automobile, the transportation system that you use. You might know the train schedule pretty regularly, but you don't know everything about why the schedules move. There's always going to be an element that you're unaware of. So whether it's an operating system, an off-the-shelf application, Office, something from Adobe, whatever it might be, or something that you've built in-house as part of your organization, as you find problems or are made aware of issues, you want to develop fixes for them, either their feature and functionality fixes or their security fixes, and you want to get them released so that your end users can deploy them, and you hope that as an end user you're deploying those updates. Another element, and actually these two, these days, I don't talk about one without the other anymore. You have to have strong passwords, and you have to use MFA. And I'll give you my own personal example. Twitter, the company formerly known as Twitter, which is now X. I had an account there for 15 years. I used to protect it with multi-factor authentication. When Elon Musk took over, he removed the MFA for general purpose use. If you still wanted to multi-factor secure your account, you had to buy the registered account for $7.99 a month. You had the little blue check mark, and for the part of that fee that you're paying, you got MFA back. Well, I didn't want to pay it. I used a pretty strong password, but unfortunately, I figured out afterwards that it was one I reused somewhere else. And here's the interesting thing. It was in the long past. I had used it a long time ago. I hadn't been using it currently, but I do remember using it a long time ago. And I'm like, I don't use it anymore. It should be strong enough, right? Because it was complex. It had characters and numbers and punctuation, so I thought I was good. It was exposed somewhere. Someone tried it and they got in. Now they probably did it through brute force. I don't think they walked up and tried the one, but they got in. And as soon as they got in, they changed the password, which stopped me from getting back in, and they changed the recovery email right away. So it happened during an overnight, and when I got the information the next morning, there was no way to recover it. And X was not helpful in getting it back for me. So I wrote the account off. The reason why I mentioned, and that example is the reason why I mentioned, I don't talk about these two things separately anymore. There's a lot of argument about multi-factor to your phone and an SMS message is not very good. And I argue there are a lot of issues today with having that other factor of information be an SMS message to your phone. Authenticators are better and stronger software tools that do that, but SMS text to your phone is better than passwords alone. I'm delivering this session to all of you. If we take a break later and I take a look at my phone and there's a 6-digit PIN there for me to enter to log on to website A, that tells me right away someone used my username and someone used my correct password, and they got all the way up and interrupted at MFA. That MFA sitting here that I didn't request for is basically saying, look, go in, change that password. It's been compromised either there or somewhere else. Some of these elements of mitigating these types of problems do come through employee training. The average user of a computer, of a phone, of an email account, they don't have the skill set for this. My mother's a pretty smart person, but my mother can't get the hang of this stuff. And I have to help her out a lot. And so therefore it's teaching your end users some of these best practices and why that makes it very important. Just kicking back a moment, as part of the training, I'm not embarrassed to talk about, my loss of my account over at X. The only thing I did wrong was reused an old password. It was complex. Like I said, if I could have used MFA, I would have saved that account over there. I wasn't going to pay for it, and that was it. It wasn't important enough to me. I didn't use X enough to to go pay for it. And so it's important to tell those stories because that helps train other people and it makes them feel comfortable, right? I've been at this almost 30 years in information technology, probably 28 or so. And it happened to me too. So it makes people that things happen to feel a little bit more comfortable that sometimes it's almost impossible to avoid. Backing up data and data encryption, going back to talking about our ransomware attacks not too long ago, you want to make sure that you're backing up your data pretty regularly. You're also able to recover it. That's a big piece of it. I've worked in and for and consulted on a lot of different organizations that swore by their backup, but could not tell me what their success rate was on data recovery from those backups. The data encryption piece is making sure that, hey, if I've got a flash drive and I drop it on a sidewalk somewhere, I'm not going to lose my mind over it. If I've got encryption on it, I'm pretty comfortable that no one's going to get that before it gets run over by a car, fall down a drain, or something else of that nature. When we talk about the threat landscape and where all of this happens and why does this process get easier and easier, a lot of times people think, oh, it's the dark web, it's where everything is at. There are definitely paste lists and collection lists that are on the dark web that get collected and get used, and they're used to compromise accounts all over the place, and then people masquerade as you, or they break into your bank accounts and do things. The core process that generally gets leveraged is making sure that as we learn these topics, that we understand that these are our main entry points for these types of attacks. Maybe they're picking up some stuff from the dark web, but a lot of it is social media accounts, email, mobile devices, and all of that. When you think somebody's looking over your phone at the airport, they probably are. Social media accounts, those are pretty critical, right? What seems like a fun little exercise. What was your what year did you graduate high school? What high school did you graduate from? What was your first car? Mine was this and this person's was that. These types of responses into those types of fun little queries, a lot of times those are the attackers themselves, because what they're doing is they're finding out things that might be your elements that are part of your multi-factor, other elements you might use. Someone's got an open mic. Can you check your mics, please? I don't have the ability to mute them here, I don't think. Oh, maybe I do right here. Use this. That might work. All right, cool. So when you see these little quizzes out on, so they're trying to get your codes to your passwords, maybe your pins, your security questions. What's your mother's maiden name? What was your sister's middle name? Those types of things. So those collection elements are out there. So you want to be careful doing things that seem like they're fun on Facebook and they're fun on a blue sky, but you want to make sure that you understand that you're probably exposing information that an attacker wants. When we think about these different attack vectors, there are some major ones and then there are some less less obvious ones, right? Emails and wireless networks and social media and unsecured devices, those are the core elements. Email comes all the time looking like it's from PayPal, looking like it's from Chase Bank, and they want you to click on those links and enter your information because now they have it. Like I tell my mom, anytime you get an email that says, "Dear PayPal user," that's not PayPal. They know your name. And as a matter of fact, as a broader rule of thumb, even if it comes to me from Chase Bank with my name on it and says, "You have a message in your message center, click here to go get it." I don't do that. I go into a different I'll open an in private browser if my email is still open, and I'll go to chase.com, log in, and then go to the message center and look for it because I don't even trust the stuff that's got my name and got their information on it. Wireless networks are also a problem because attackers are exploiting those networks as well. Any open networks, any unsecured networks, they will go in and they will set up a hotspot themselves. They will name it exactly like or similar to a hotspot that's running. They will put it in running mode, which will allow people to connect to it and then through it reach the internet. And all the while, they're running their on the path software to collect all the data. It goes from the end user through your access point, through the software to collect everything, goes out to wherever it's going, the bank, the social media account, and then the data comes back through and you're getting it. And you're getting it as part of that connection. We already talked a little bit about social media. Unsecured devices. People leave their devices unattended. And not too much like say in an airport, but they might be working in a combined office space and they'll walk away and the laptop will be live. And a lot of times all people have to do is go in through a running Outlook account to change an email password, and now they've got access to the machine because of single sign-on. There are other ways that can function as an attack vector. You find a USB drive on the ground, you want to plug it in and see maybe what's on it. The process of plugging it in may auto launch an application that may bypass your user account control and local security and run on your machine and drop code. Browsers have extensions that can compromise the devices. There are less than reputable add-ons and extensions that will trace what you do, impact your activity, and they're able to gain information from that. There's always the potential for any public resource, even cloud providers, to have compromised services and accounts that people attach to. If you've ever gone to a reputable website and gotten one of those, "Hey, your machine's infected" messages, and you're thinking about, what did I just do? I didn't click on anything. You might not have. If a popular news website is pulling in third-party ads, I'm an attacker. Maybe I can't break the popular news site, but if I can break the ad system, I can bring in and launch an ad and make it overtake the user's screen and make them panic and click the wrong thing. Another attack vector is insiders. And the thing that we have to remember about insiders is that sometimes they're just making simple mistakes. They don't realize who they're talking to, what they're saying in a public venue, and they're exposing information that an attacker can use. Then there's the intentional activities from an insider. They may have let people go. They may be letting more people go. That person might be a contractor there, and contractors are going at the end of the year. Sometimes, even if there's nothing to gain from exposing some information, somebody feels like they've been slighted, they're not appreciated, they're going to be let go, they put in a lot of hard work and they're not being thought of properly. Just to teach them a lesson, they're going to expose information, and that's happened too. So we start to think about and drill down on some of these particular elements. Malware is a big one, right? Malware's main job is to try to insert itself and then propagate elsewhere, and also deliver a payload where it is and where it would like to go. And ultimately, malware is designed for that function and that activity. There are core ways that malware moves around, and general viruses as well. Most of the time, these malicious software elements move around either as a virus, a worm, or a Trojan, right? A virus is just like what it sounds like. Once it gets into the system, it impacts the entire system. It affects files, it affects applications, it changes settings, it does all kinds of bad things. Worms, a lot of time, are exploiting vulnerabilities and then propagating through networks to other systems that are also likely vulnerable to these same types of elements, and then they will continue on as well. Trojans are a little bit different. They are just like the Nomiker kind of outlines, software inside of a software, right? There are times you will run shareware and freeware, and it'll explicitly tell you right in the user release notes and the license agreement for the shareware and freeware that they're going to track where you're going, they're going to track what you're doing, they're going to drop and read third-party cookies. They're going to tell you everything they're going to do. Now, a lot of that is probably undesirable behavior in general. It's probably not something that you want to have happen at all on a corporate system. But at the end of the day, a true Trojan is going to be something that you didn't intend to get or have. When you go to run a auto mapping software, like if you're walking around and your phone is tracking your steps and you want it to auto map to Google Maps will do it on its own, but you're installing a piece of software to augment that. If there is another hook or a link in that software that's not even talked about or explained about in the end user release notes, you'll be installing that too. So on top of tracking where you're going and augmenting your foot route, this other malicious thing is happening when you go to buy a cup of coffee on your phone. So the idea here is that you've got legitimate software, but something else is there too. A lot of times these different elements have different payloads, right? So this is the harmful element, whether it's the virus that's impacting the system, the worm that's moving around, or the other software that's going to load on top of the software that you actually wanted to install. The big one these days happens to be ransomware. Plain and simple, like we described, this is going to be the element that's going to go in and encrypt files, and then, hey, if you want to decrypt it, you got to deal with me to get your access to your files back. Another element is going to be spyware, and this is basically going to be something that's going to monitor everything you do on the device. So it can be a combination of keystroke logging, first off, everywhere you go, different sites that you're going to, keystroke logging, so anything you're doing with the keyboard and entering, it's going to collect. Another element that it could drop is a backdoor. These backdoors are there to bypass your regular security measures into a system and allow the attacker to get in. So if I finish up this presentation today, I leave my laptop up and running, I just do the lock screen and I go do something else for the remainder of my day, my system is still available on the network. And if there's a backdoor on it and an attacker leverages the backdoor, they can get into my system through that backdoor and then do something within my context of the locally logged on user, which would be me. So if I've got access to files and folders, it can pull them, it can delete them, it can change them, and so on. Botnets is where it's kind of a specialized type of payload, so to speak. There are different types of botnets. The one that I kind of outlined here in the example is basically all bots are used for leveraging the resources on the local system. So many, many moons ago, before cryptocurrencies, a lot of times botnets were used to get onto machines so that we can get the disk space. Disk was really expensive way back in the day. And if you could get a bot on a machine, you could compromise the disk space and use it. Another thing you could do would be for manipulation elements, right? If you need unique systems to do voting or to do customer feedback or upvote a product or something, if you've got a whole bunch of compromised systems behind botnets, you could write a script to insert positive or negative reviews on something. And because all these systems are unique, they all get registered. Nowadays, it gets used a lot more for crypto mining. If I can get on your system while you are inactive, I'm going to crank the CPU and memory and mine cryptocurrencies. And then I'm going to end up collecting them, and I'm not using my electricity, I'm not using my hardware, and so on. So again, we think about this, and we have to understand that these are constant attacks. These are always things that are ongoing. We want to put into place some of those mitigation elements that we talked about before. User training, browser security, multi-factor authentication. All of that will help fortify our position. It's never going to be a complete solution, but it will fortify our position and our posture. Looking a little bit more into multi-factor authentication, right? There are knowledge-based, biometrics, and possession, right? So it's basically something you know, something you are, something you have. The idea here is that when you use multi-factor, you really should be exercising multiple factors, right? The last thing you want to do is have the secondary challenge be a similar factor. So username, password, now I get multi-factor challenged for a PIN. Both are things I could know. So if an attacker knew one, the attacker might know the other. So the best way that this works is when it's truly multiple factors. So if it's a username, password, and then 6-digit PIN to a phone, an SMS message, they have to intercept that message somehow or have your phone. If it's username, password, and your face, like with Windows Hello, they need that biometric element or they're not going to get in. So when we think about multi-factor and understand the concepts, we want to keep in the back of our heads that really what we should be doing is stretching that out even further by saying, when we think of multi-factor authentication, use multiple factors. Don't use the same factor. The benefits of this are that it enhances security. It's another form of verification that you are who you say you are. Again, I'll use the example over at X where I lost control of my account. They had a username, they had a password, it worked. They went in, they changed the password, and they changed the recovery email address. It's over. Unless X was going to help me, which they didn't, that account is dead. So when you've got that other factor, there's almost no way to break it. When I look at my own, I've got my own Azure organization, my own Azure tenant. And when I look in there for myself and my family, which is my kids and my wife, there's 7 email addresses that are all in part of that. When I go into the user sign-on logs, I see all that activity. There are hundreds of failures every day against my and my kids' accounts. And there have been a couple successful ones that were interrupted because I made all of them use MFA. I can actually see it in the logs. So they got through that step. They compromised the password, whether it was brute force or they got it from a scrape list, and MFA stopped them. Not only does it enhance security, it reduces your risk of data breaches, and a lot of times it helps you with your compliance. Compliance requires that data be kept, sensitive data be kept, personal identifiable information, health industry information, all of that, not be lost control of, right? There are heavy fines for healthcare organizations that lose control of data and information. Another element to consider is browser security. anytime that you've got browsers that are poorly secured, work around user account control on the local operating system, have loose management controls, we have the ability to, users have the ability to potentially download malicious files, install add-ons and other elements to the browser that seemingly offer features and functionalities, but the add-ons and the plugins can ultimately compromise the system. They could be doing the very same types of keystroke logging that a Trojan might do. Once the ability to attack through an add-on or because the user downloaded a file and ran something, this lends to the ability to further compromise the system, completely own it, and then try to lateral from there to another machine. The different ways that you could do this is prevent unauthorized browsers from running, prevent extensions from being added on, making sure that wherever permissible that you're using good website content filtering and keeping those browsers up to date with those updates as well. I guess I had to state it twice. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to duplicate that. I'll have to check that out later. Educating users. This is you would think it's a simpler element, but the thing is, you have to spend the time to teach the end user a new habit, and habits take time to form. So trying to show them that there are suspicious elements in a message, things that are misspelled. Dear PayPal user, these are seemingly easy, but they're very easy for untrained people to forget. A lot of times we will normally respond to information when asked a question. We're not trained to push back or be rude. I've had calls come into me personally, which somehow I answer, because pretty much if I look at the phone and I can't identify the phone number, I don't answer it. Must have been a slow day. But I have had times where I've answered the phone and they're looking for information and I won't give it to them. And I get rude with them after. I go, look, you called me. What are you calling about? Well, we'd like to discuss that with you, but before we can discuss it with you, we need you to verify some information. But no, you're not going to have me verify, and therefore you collect information, and you hang up the phone. It's hard to lock a device when not in use. I sometimes forget about it. I might be sitting here and I have a secondary system that's online, and eventually the screen will go dark because the screen will time out. But it doesn't mean that it's locked. I should fix that. I don't have the screen when it comes out from going into hibernation, not the system, but the screen, coming back and requesting the password. It just comes back. I should go back in and fix it, because what I should do is if it goes black and I wake it back up, it should prompt me for a password. But even that small amount of time that you might stand up and walk away, that exposes the system to somebody else. Windows key L will lock the machine. This last piece is interesting. You want to, as an organization, do these practices and also teach your users about them as well. If we've got old end-of-year data and it's already been backed up and we confirm it's been backed up and shipped off site, we have no reason to keep that data and information anymore on a couple of local devices. A lot of times the argument will be, well, if in Q1 we need to look back at stuff, we'll want to be able to get quick access to it. Find a different way. If the business rule is to remove it or delete it or get rid of it, and it doesn't meet some other governance rule, get rid of it. That way it's not there for someone to grab. When we think about the process of dealing with all of this, it's really, a piece of it is working from threat intelligence. What do I even know what to do today, right? Think of threat intelligence like the weather. Am I going to wear a hat? Do I need an umbrella or do I need a snow shovel? I don't know until I check the weather. Well, there's a series of things that you're supposed to be doing as part of your overall threat intelligence in your organization. But you need to understand what's going on, what the landscape looks like, and what we might be doing regular work and slowly picking off problems in our organization, and maybe we're doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but now suddenly something's occurred, and we really should step up our game on some particular threat. So based on that, we might want to shift gears and take on that other action, that other set of activities, as opposed to what we think we should be doing based on what the general market of is feeling of, hey, this is ongoing right now, and we should be taking these actions and these activities. When we think about some of the attack vectors we talked about, like bots and botnet type elements, we come up to distributed denial of service, right? When we deal with distributed denial of service and those types of attacks, you can see right away that botnet is right there, right? So it talks pretty readily about botnet, and we had just talked about that a few minutes ago. I don't want to say there's a core element for why somebody does a distributed denial of service attack. It could be any number of reasons. I've gone over triage elements, and what we ended up discovering in one case was of a distributed denial of service attack. Someone was trying to break into an environment, and they actually couldn't do it. We saw all the activity. They kept running into honeypot systems. They kept getting trapped there. They would back out. They would go. They'd find another one. They would get all fouled up in a different screen subnet, and they finally got irritated, and they attacked the organization from the DNS level, knocked them offline because the DNS was weak. So they were able to, the DNS was hosted by a third party. The records were available to update, and they updated all the records and pushed them off. So they were basically offline till DNS could get addressed. Sometimes distributed denial of service attack is simpler than even impacting a network. You've got all those bots, those hijacked devices out there, and you make a lot of initial queries in and then non-completion. So you might be familiar with the three-way handshake of synchronize, acknowledgement, and acknowledgement. So SYN, ACK, right? So you could start that conversation with a website and not finish it. You could, with a remote network resources, open up that network socket to them and then not do anything with it, and it stays exposed till it times out. There's a number of different things that could happen based on settings and configurations. The main element there is to send so many requests from so many different devices that the target resource runs out of the ability to handle and manage the requests, and it knocks it offline. There are, volume-based attacks with, non-connection oriented flooding. So user datagram protocol packets just flooding in and not doing anything. You don't even need the three-way handshake without it's connectionless. So UDP packets are just flooding in. Spoof packets that look like a return response to itself, so the system doesn't even know what to do with the traffic. There are ways to do that. Protocol attacks are utilizing the working protocols on a system to interrupt those types of communications, and you can do other types of attacks at like application layers, basically impacting like web services. When you go in, you tip over Apache or you tip over IIS, you're basically attacking the application side and making it unavailable for legitimate users to use it. All right. Are there any questions on all of that? I wanted to stop here because our next topic jumps over to phishing, and we are at the top of the hour, so I thought we would take that short break. So far, are there any questions on anything that we've covered? All right. Looks pretty good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get ourselves a little timer up here so we can come back in a few. We'll take a short break. So again, for those of you that are watching a recording, just want to let you know that the timer is going to continue, and we will come back. We'll come back at, I guess, like 15 past the hour. So for those of you that are watching the recording, there's going to be this pause in the recording. We wanted to be able to have one recorded element instead of parts 1, 2, and 3 today, and then 4, 5, and 6 tomorrow. So we're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back at 3:15 Eastern time, which is basically about 12 minutes. So stretch your legs, enjoy your break, and we'll be right back. Thanks, everybody. All righty, everyone. Welcome back. Timer's run down. Break is over. We're going to kind of get back to it. So give everybody like 2 or 3 more seconds now that you've heard the sound of my voice. To come on back to your virtual seats, and we're going to roll. All right. When we had stopped before the break, we were just getting done with talking about distributed denial of service attacks, and we're going to jump into phishing next. So there are different types of phishing. The main element of phishing is to try to get information. Now, some elements of phishing are more targeted, and the idea is it changes a little bit, right? So email phishing in general is kind of like a blank scouring, right? An email is going to go out to just about everybody, either in one particular organization, a number of different organizations, maybe everywhere. Blanket email trying to get information, and usually it's the social engineering element we're trying to pull in. If we can collect information, usernames, passwords, all that good stuff, right? Spear phishing is a little bit more of a directed element, right? This is where you're picking a target, whether it's a particular individual or accountants in some particular firm. You're trying to do is make a directed attack at them in order to get some more specific information out of them. Whaling is another element, and usually that's another level up. It's not just the accounting division that we want. It's the director of accounting, and it's maybe the director of IT and the director of somebody else, or the vice president of something else. You're trying to get higher level officials, employees, and so on. These are the people that are going to more likely than not, over the years, historically push for more access than they really need. And if you can get data and information out of them, which allows you to attack their accounts, then you have the ability to gain more insight to what their knowledge set is and maybe compromise their environment. Smishing and vishing are SMS messaging and voice calls, email, voicemails, where you're getting these text messages with links to follow, or you're getting calls and saying you must call us back right away. And the idea there is that if people follow those links or return those calls, they end up falling victim to the general phishing element. Clone phishing is where a standard letter is manipulated. So let's say, big bank, I don't want to pick on any one of the particular banks. Big bank always sends out, monthly statements. Your monthly statement is available. Go ahead and download it. They will take that email and just manipulate it a little bit and then send it back out, either the same day, or they'll wait till half the month is gone by, or 3/4 of the month is going by, and they'll send it out, and customers will think it's from their bank because it was copied so closely, but the links in it are bad and they go elsewhere. Botnets, which we kind of talked about a little bit before, just to kind of round out the topic. They're generally used for your distributed denial of service type attacks. They can do spam emailing. The one of the benefits of having a botnet to do a lot of your spamming is that you're hitting multiple SMTP relays, so it's a little bit harder to block the mail traffic that's going in. There's a data theft element too from a bot, because they're going to steal login credentials. Click fraud is something I didn't really mention before, but I kind of mentioned with the idea that you could manipulate rankings of other things. Click fraud is a different element, right? With bots, you are able to make it so that you are seemingly interacting with advertising. So advertisers tend to get charged for their advertising at some flat rate plus the amount of engagement they get. So with bots, so if I'm an unscrupulous ad person and I sell you a flat fee ad with an uplift on so much interaction, and then I run bots that I've got out there that will click fraud these things. It'll make, oh, look at all the traffic you got when you literally had none. The idea with that is that there may not be a lot of sales. There's probably no sales from the botnet, but the idea was the advertising that the customer agreed to buy was based on pass-through, not sales. And of course, I mentioned the cryptocurrency mining element already. So on the data side, how do we protect ourselves from some of this? Well, cryptography is one way, right? Anytime that you've got the opportunity to go in and handle and manage your data, you are able to better secure it, right? Plain text is any message, content, data, the way that it is. Not encrypted text files, Word documents, audio files. There's no encryption on them at all. No securing of the data on the disk, no securing of the disk itself. Ciphertext is actually encrypting all that plain text. If I've got a document, I don't want anybody to read it, I'm either going to right-click and encrypt it as part of a third-party software I've got installed, as part of the local operating system on the machine, and so on. So basically, it is the conversion of what you can see into something that is encrypted and otherwise unreadable without the key. Digital signatures are an offshoot of using certificates, where you're basically utilizing the element of being able to sign either code that you're writing, a document that you wrote, or an email that you're sending to basically prove, hey, I've got a private key and a public key, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to digitally sign what I'm doing to be able to make it so that we can definitively prove it came me. So on the digital signature side, if I wanted to digitally sign this presentation deck, I would use my private key to digitally sign it. Everybody else in the world would be able to use my public key to confirm that it was actually me. They say, this file's been digitally signed by Jason Zandri, and you can prove that, and you get the little, the positive check mark, because you go to the public authority that's got my public key and says, hey, I'm checking a signature. Is it authentic? Well, it matches what we have in our third-party database. We authenticated that. So yes, that private key that actually signed that work is in fact Jason Zandri's key. Now, on the other side, if you're trying to encrypt an email, you do it the other way, right? If I'm writing a email that I want to secure to John, I'm going to reach out and grab John's public key, and I'm going to encrypt that email with the public key, and I'm going to send it to John that way. Now, if Jack gets the email, can't open it, because Jack doesn't have the private key to unencrypt the email and read it, because he doesn't have John's key. When the email gets to John like it's supposed to, then they can use their own private key to unlock it and read it. So when we think about some of the reasons why we might take the steps to do something like this, we understand that when we sign a document, we want to make sure that there is a hash there that basically locks up the document as part of the signature, and then verifying it as the person who receives it. They're going to go in and they're going to use the public key to decrypt that encrypted hash to be able to go ahead and confirm that it matches that document, and therefore that user is actually validated. Digital certificates, we have a lot of exposure to this by going to public websites often. Every website today, I think almost exclusively, I used to be able to find exceptions, but I don't anymore, is the traffic is secured on 443 and it's otherwise encrypted. When we look at using these digital certificates, again, it kind of goes back to that point of, how do I use a certificate that I create and get it validated so that the world believes in it, right? So if I went to the airport and I handed a laminated card over to the TSA agent, they're not going to accept it. It's something I made myself, and they've got no way to validate that it's an actual legal document, right? If I hand them a driver's license, that's a different story. The trusted entity in that case is the Department of Motor Vehicles. The TSA says, okay, we review the Department of Motor Vehicles as a trusted entity to put the user through a certain set of steps for their identity. If they're issuing a laminated card, which is a driver's license, as an identity, a piece of identity to authenticate with, we're going to accept it because we trust them. So I can create a certificate for my own services. If I take that certificate and ship it and let that third party trusted CA, publicly trusted CA, they're going to put me through my steps, just like the Department of Motor Vehicles might. And do you own the website? Do you own the domain name? You know, is this your system? So on and so forth. And then they'll attach their signature, their signature to my certificate, their certificate linking together. So when someone gets my certificate, it is trusted because the entrusting entity has verified it as an authentic certificate. You can use those to, you know, again, digitally sign, secure data and information through encryption and all of that. A lot of times you're going to set up a limited lifespan for these certificates, sometimes more than a year. I mean, some are a year, some are 2 years. You don't generally want to go too much farther than that. You want to go back for validation purposes, go back to the exercise of reassuring or reattesting that these systems and this information are yours. All right. So we kind of mentioned, you know, authentication a moment ago. So we're going to take it the next step now, right? When you think about the process by which we go in and, you know, authenticate, you know, there's authentication and authorization, right? And a lot of times those get confused is maybe not the right way to put it. People use them interchangeably when they maybe shouldn't, right? Think about it like this. I'll go back to the example in the airport. When I go to the TSA agent, I have to authenticate who I'm saying I am, right? I am Jason Zandri. Well, how can you authenticate that? Here is my identification from the Department of Motor Vehicles. They look it over, they scan it, they look at the picture, they look at me. They're satisfied at that point that I have properly authenticated my identity. I said I was Jason Zandri. I offered proof. I successfully authenticated. Now, that gives me zero authorization to step past the TSA agent. All I did was prove who I was. My boarding pass is that element that authorizes me to step through. So I give them the boarding pass, they scan all that, make sure it's valid, it's for today's flight, all that good stuff. So the idea here is that what you want to be able to do is make sure that you understand those concepts. Authentication is that proof, authorization is that permission. There are other ways of authenticating. I use the example of, you know, I use my example in the airport, but other ways that you do it is when you go to your desktop to log in with your username and password, you're providing a username. Now, you're not really, it's weird, right? You're getting authorization to log on because you're giving a username and a password. The username identifies the user, but has anybody really authenticated? And that's not really true, right? If I walk up to a machine and I type in user 4, nobody's challenging me to say, hey, prove you're 04. You enter the correct password, that still really hasn't proven that you're user 4. Not yet, because anybody might have discovered that information, right? So they're still authenticating as you, as user 4 or whatever. This is where that strong authentication piece comes back in, right? We want to make sure that only the proper user can complete that authentication cycle. And that's where things like multi-factor come back into play. All right, so when we think about all of the different types of possible authentication-based attacks, this is one pretty big laundry list, right? These are the main elements. I'm not going to talk too much about social engineering again, because we kind of already talked about that a little bit. Key logging, we mentioned. I'll round out that piece by saying, again, that's where software is on your machine, capturing your keystrokes, people looking over your shoulder, getting the details of that information, and then being able to utilize it. So I will talk about brute force dictionary and credential stuffing. So credential stuffing is what happens when usernames and passwords get exposed somehow. Paste lists on the dark web, whatever. Very large organizations lose control of their username and password list because they're kept in clear text and somebody grabs them all. Credential stuffing is a program or a bot or an independent user that's going to go, I'm going to use this username and password everywhere. And I've got a list of sites that I'm going to auto load. Now, a lot of times they're not going to do that. They're going to run a script, right? They're going to do a command. They're going to send the API off and try to log into Facebook and to X and to Instagram and into New York Times. And they're just going to smatter every single site with one attempt. Username, password combination that they've got, and they're going to use it everywhere, and they're going to see if it gets in anywhere. A lot of times when this is scripted, they will get the result will output back in the command window, and you'll see a lot of falses, but then you'll see the positive, and then you'll know that, oh, that worked at the New York Post. I guess that user can go in and read the news behind the paywall, right? If it's something bigger like a bank, now they're going to go in and cause problems. Dictionary attacks are what they sound like. You've got a username and you're just going to throw a whole bunch of commonly used words and sometimes numbers and phrases to try to log on as that person, the username that you've got. Now, a lot of mitigation goes into place for those where they lock accounts out after a certain number of attempts, or they start using CAPTCHA. Websites will throw CAPTCHA up and say, you failed a number of times. We're going to make you use CAPTCHA. A lot of sites lock you out, right? If you do it the 5th time wrong, you're locked out. You got to reset your password. Then you go back in and you reset the password with the one you were just trying, but you were doing it wrong, whatever it might have been, and so you can't use your previous password. Like, well, if I knew that a minute ago, I would have used it. So, and again, a brute force attack kind of corresponds to a dictionary attack where they're going to use automated tools to generate these combinations and try to get in. All right, so conditional access. So there's user risk and there's sign-on risk, and we'll talk about this as part a little bit one more time, another section of the course. But by and large, what conditional access is it's a security strategy. It basically says, fine, sometimes even username, password, and MFA is not enough, right? So when we're dealing with corporate environments and their data and information, we want to be able to keep those elements secure, especially if people have a lot of access in their organization. So conditional access is a way to do it. If I'm logged on with a corporate device at a corporate location, I don't get challenged. Maybe MFA, maybe not, right? A lot of times not even MFA, because you've already met additional requirements. You're on a corporate IP address with a corporate device. The device is a managed device. Now, if I take that same device, it's a laptop, and I go to a customer site, and I VPN in from the customer site to my organization, I still might not get challenged. I'm at a different place, but I VPN'd in. So what the network sees is I'm in on their addressing, I'm in on their addressing scope because I VPN'd in. So on their addressing scope with a managed device, just let them sign in, username, password, done. Now maybe I decide to not VPN in, or maybe the VPN failed, or I'm at a different customer that doesn't allow that through their firewall. Now I attempt to log in and access something. Now I might get challenged. Corporate device, yes. Different IP address, no. Username, password, fine. Multi-factor. We're going to send a text to your phone. Enter this information. Now, you can take it a step further, right? If the location doesn't work out, like let's say I'm in Germany and I'm trying to access data and information from my corporate environment that needs to remain in the United States. So I'm in Germany, but I need data that needs to stay in the United States. So I go through the conditional access element. I username, password, authenticate on a compliant device, and then I multi-factor because I'm in an oddball location. It lets me in, but then when I go for particular data that's not allowed to leave the United States, it will tell me that, again, how sensitive the data and information is, I can't access that data outside of the country. You can do things like time access as well. You could basically make it so that certain individuals with lower levels of access can't log in after 6. You just force log them off. Why would they be on the machines anyway? And you could also do it what I call generically. Not generically is probably the wrong term. It doesn't match the elements above, but it's not really generic. There's a certain amount of risk on the login, right? The login might be trying to do it over a command window. It might be trying to do an authenticator with a PowerShell window open using a third-party application. And that risk level, as part of an unusual logon pattern, is going to raise the temperature. And because of that, your login might get denied, even though you're providing the credentialed information. These are the benefits of utilizing conditional access. Really in short order, it helps you keep compliance, like that data example that's got to stay in the United States. It allows you to make it so that you've got the flexibility to say, we're going to allow corporate devices to do particular things, and maybe non-corporate devices do some other things, but not everything we want to do. And it's going to allow us to have clear policies of expectations when working on corporate networks with corporate data. When we think about least privilege access, right, we're talking about a few different things. The first element with least privilege access that we really like to focus on is separation of duties, right? If you have the ability to submit your expenses and then sign your own expenses, there's no separation of duty in that example. You're spending and approving the spend at the same time. You want to make sure that in all situations that any type of scenario where you've got a pair of duties that augment one another, that you've got different users that are part of those controls. So once you've established separation of duties, then you want to kind of go into some of these other elements. So we've got people that can submit certain things, other people that can approve, and then making sure that they've got the least amount of privilege for that, right? So if one person can submit expenses or a purchase order, like is being here, and another person approve that purchase order, the approver should not be able to manipulate the purchase order. So the only thing that they should get is a locked purchase order that they cannot edit, and they can approve it. So that's just enough administration, just enough access. The idea with that is, if someone submitted a purchase order and then I added stuff to it and then I approved it, it's the same deal, right? There's no separation of duty there. I've added to that order and put things on it. So the person submitting the purchase order should have read write, and the approver should only have read. Role-based access control makes it so that we can better handle and manage what people can do. If they only need to log on to a virtual machine as a general user to use it, give them virtual machine log on user rights or a role, as opposed to virtual machine administrator. They don't need to administer anything. They just need to use the machine. We want to make sure that these different roles, when they're set, they are fine-tuned so that they are dropped to exactly what the user needs, and where possible, use just-in-time access. If I need to log on to a virtual machine remotely, let me enable the access to that machine right now while I need it, and then when I'm done, let it go away. Just like this class as an example. You logged into the class, it wasn't open until it was ready to start, and when it's done, it's going to close. There's no need for you to sit here indefinitely. So the idea is you want to make sure that you've got the right amount of access to do the work you need to do exactly when you need to do it. The reasons for all of this is multifaceted. This reduces the attack surface, right? If my role is not turned on all the time, then if I'm using privilege identity management as an example, and I'm eligible to administer something, but I have to activate my role first, I'm limiting the attack surface. Somebody that tries to attack my account isn't readily going to be able to activate my role. They're going to get in like a regular user. They're going to see I'm using privilege identity management. They're going to go, can I turn that on and not be detected? And as soon as they do, MFA jumps away and they're like, darn it, that MFA message just went to that real user. I'm going to be discovered, and they back off. So it reduces that attack surface. The same is true for just-in-time access to services, right? If there is a web server that's up and running and you can get it on the public side of the house, you're good to go. Load the website, do what you got to do. I need to administer it now. The administration ports are not open. I can request that they be opened now so I can go do my administrative work, and when I'm done, we close those ports and then let the machine operate like normal. These protection elements don't stop at identity and on just computer hardware. There are network protections that can be put into play as well. There are elements like firewall protections, which are going to be stateful inspections of traffic, so that you can analyze the type of query that's coming into the web-based resource. You can handle and manage all of these elements from layer 7 all the way down to layer 3 with a firewall service, with maintaining the health of a system by utilizing good patching policy and antivirus and anti-malware is going to lend to the ability of detecting and preventing the malicious software from even establishing a foothold on the system. Another element is controlling the way that you're going to access the networks by doing a level of authentication. This could be authenticating before you're able to get to some restricted virtual networks within your environment. It could be enhancing your authentication process with respect to your network devices and so on. Firewalls, like I kind of mentioned, they are stateful inspection, packet filtering of all the data and information that is trying to come through. And as another piece of that, when we think about how the firewall is technically like a proxy, right? You're not getting to the immediate resource. Your traffic is being stopped and reviewed before it's sent along. So the firewall service works like a proxy service as well. Another thing too is that the proxy is both ways. So if I'm calling a web server in the back, When I look at the traffic that I get back later, if I'm doing some sort of a network trace, I'm seeing all of the responses from the firewall and not the local system. All of this allows you to take a better security posture, prevent again unauthorized access if someone's trying to tip over one of the services. The firewall is going to block suspicious activity because by a behavioral element, it will stop traffic from coming through, and it will help you maintain your compliance and your security standards in your organization. There are other ways to control the network access. Network segmentation is a way to do that. When you're in an on-prem environment, this will likely be where you'll see virtual local area networks being segmented off. When you separate different network segments, you're basically indicating that these machines, these services, whatever, they're going to run separately and on their own. There might be a level of authentication that is required to get in to operate on those systems, but it is definitely a segment of the network. So in the cloud, our segment point is virtual network. Basically, the configuration of that setup makes it so that the resources in one virtual network by default cannot talk to the resources of another. And again, like we kind of mentioned too, encrypting. Whether you're on wired or wireless, you want to be able to encrypt your traffic on your network so that people running in promiscuous mode can't see the data and information. So now we talked about a lot of stuff there, but there are other elements, and like devices as an attacker, right? As an attack vector, not as an attacker, as an attack vector. When we talk about this, it's not a common element. We don't normally think of it, but it is another element that is becoming more and more leveraged as we move along. Now, there are some common examples of devices like your phone, your laptop, your tablet, but there are others, and we've mentioned some of these before, like USB drive found on ground. It's going to launch something when you go and run it. Wi-Fi hotspots get compromised, and so on. There's some other elements that are almost as likely to be used, or I shouldn't say almost, are becoming more likely used. Your Internet of Things network, right? Your TVs, your speaking devices, your Echoes, your Google Home devices. These devices they're connected to your networks. So the idea is that because of their interconnectivity, these are different elements that can be leveraged to bring in a payload, if you will. When you use these devices, anytime you use any physical object, you have to do it with some level of conscious use, right? Phones, USB drives, that you're using because you're plugging them in, turn them on, use them. Wi-Fi hotspots and home routers. Again, I used the example before where if I open up my system as a hotspot and I name my connection pretty close to the legitimate hotspot, we could have a problem because users are going to connect to me and they don't need to do anything else if I'm running applications to be in the way of an on the path attack. It's going to basically make it so that they're going to have pretty quick access to that because they're part of that automatic connection. How many times have you selected a Wi-Fi connection and then auto reconnect? Just click that auto reconnect. Every time you're in Starbucks, you want to be able to make that connection. Every time you go to the airport, you want it just to automatically connect. You don't want to go look for it. The negative side of that is that if it's a promiscuous device that's pulling in the data, you're going to have a problem. And here's the worst part. It's not always somebody sitting in the coffee shop. It could be a very small device that's either plugged in or it's running on a battery, and it might be always there. Nobody knows where it is. It's got these devices are very small. They're not bigger than a wireless mouse anymore. And if they tape it to the underside of a cabinet and it's broadcasting for 30 feet, That's most of the coffee shop. The attacker comes in once a month, gets the data off of it if it's not being remote shipped somewhere, and they swap the battery in it. Again, like anything else, what is it that attackers are doing with these things? Again, stealing data, compromising username password combinations, um, sometimes blowing the integrity of another device. You know, if I'm getting in, I'm going to try to change the username and password so I can own the device. Maybe set up some type of unauthorized access to the device, depending on whether or not I can get back into the device and then put my malware on it. So yeah, if you keep your devices updated, you will have a more likely than not chance to keep your system from being compromised. But again, some of these automated elements, like, gee, the first time I attached to the Wi-Fi hotspot, it was the wrong one, and now I auto reconnect every time I go into that coffee shop. You can't escape that unless you disconnect and connect to another Wi-Fi hotspot, because it's probably not reading. It's probably not leveraging any known vulnerability. It's just reading whatever clear text data you're sending. Now, if you're using strong authentication and you're using strong encryption, then most of the data that they're going to see is going to be unreadable. But it's that readable data that you've got your concern with. All right, next we're going to talk a little bit about zero trust. So when we talk about zero trust, what we're talking about is a posture, if you will, right? Always assume breach. We're never going to assume that an environment is set, right? So I'll give an example. Drinking age here in the United States is 21 years old. If there's somebody checking IDs at the front door of the comedy club, why does the bartender also check IDs? Well, ultimately, there's a couple of reasons for that. First off, the bartender's pouring the drink. They're the most critically responsible for underage people drinking. It's bad enough if the bouncer lets somebody in at the front door, but it's worse if they're being served alcohol. But the other reason for checking is the zero trust element, right? I understand there's somebody out front checking for IDs and nobody's going to slip past them, but I'm not going to take that chance. I'm going to say, you know what? I'm always going to assume breach. I'm going to assume everybody going in is getting past that person. I'm going to check everyone. So this is where that verify explicitly comes in. Allow for that verification to take place out there, but also do your own verification yourself. The element in the middle, we've talked about, just in time and just enough access policies. So that's another element of zero trust. All right, so the next thing we're going to talk about is defense in depth. So the overarching message from defense in depth is that it's sort of like zero trust. Always assume breach, right? Defense in depth is I don't know if I want to call it a precursor to zero trust, maybe, because I think it's been around longer. But when we talk about defense in depth, what we're talking about is no matter where we are initiating the security effort, we don't leave anything for the assumption of a prior level. So we'll go down to, say, perimeter security, the third element there. When we're dealing with perimeter security and making sure that we're protecting the network at the edge, right? That's the perimeter edge. We're not gonna make any assumptions of, gee, we don't really need to worry about it too much, because on the actual internal network, they do a bunch of things too. We don't look at it that way. We also don't want to look at it like we know there's authorization that's required to even use the network. So identity and access. Well, identity and access is going to handle that whole thing. The idea with defense in depth is that every single level or layer is set up and operated as if no other levels or layers exist. The idea basically is that at the application layer for security, you're building your applications assuming that there's no security anywhere else. On my desktop computer, compute layer security, I'm going to fortify my desktop, assuming that the network is exposed, assuming that the server resources are exposed, and so on. So the defense in depth is basically each individual layer or level where security should take place, and the security that does take place does so under the rule or assumption that no other layers exist. All right, that is a wrap on everything that I wanted to talk about in the intro section. So the next piece that we're going to dive into is going to be on concepts of security, compliance, and identity. We're going to dive into one of those domain area studies, and that will probably take us to the top of our hour. Not exactly sure, but we're actually at the top of the hour now, so we'll take a short break. But when we come back, we'll dive into this, and this will probably take us to the end point of the session today, where the remainder elements will be discussed tomorrow. So before I go ahead and give us a short break, any questions on the first segment of everything that we talked about? All right, fantastic. So what we'll do is we will actually step out. We'll take that short break right now. Keep this maybe a little bit shorter. Where's my 10-minute mark here? I think we're gonna make this. Yeah, all right, we'll make this the not a full 15 minutes. All right, so we'll take a short break. When we come back, we're gonna pick up with concepts of security, compliance, and identity. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you after the break. All right, everyone. We are timer down, so we're going to go ahead and pick back up where we left off, and we're going to jump into our next section, which is all about describing the concepts of security, compliance, and identity. So I know we've done a lot of this already, and it was all part of, I like to say, like setting the groundwork, right? Setting up the foundation of what we're going to be talking about throughout the rest of the segment. And so we got about another hour or so. We're going to go through this and we're going to start touching on some topics in the next section, which is talking a lot about Microsoft Entra. And we'll break at the top of the hour because that's the end of the session for today. The remainder of the domain areas of study and other topics for discussion will be happening tomorrow in our part 2 of our session. So I don't have the link handy. I'm pretty sure everybody that signed up has access to that. Like, let me see if I can find it real quick. Get another window open real fast. And I can drop it into the chat for the session for tomorrow. It's the other part of this session to round out the entire class. Let me go here. So session 2 of 2 is going to be this link here. All right, that's the second window that's closed on me. All right, let me do it over here then. A little bit of technical difficulty on this. Sorry about that, folks. All right, so this is day 2 right here. That's why I have 2 machines, because I'm always expecting something to go wrong. So that is the event there. And that is, going to go through, there we go. And that is the session 2 of 2. So it's the other part of this session. So it's tomorrow, same time, and all right, this is not working the way I figured it would. Give me 1 second. I just wanted to copy one last bit of information here, and it didn't. All right, there it is. Looks like it went through twice. So let me fix that. I guess it was white text and it carried the formatting, so that's cool. All right, so that's over in the chat if you would like that for tomorrow to pick up the other half of this session. So yeah, the core SC-900 class is a one-dayer. It's about 6 hours worth of elements and between breaks and end of day stuff. So I thought it best if I was going to put this together to break it up that way. Yes, go ahead. Was there a question?
The session in the same time. Yeah, tomorrow.
Yep, same time tomorrow. Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep, you got it. Sorry about that. If you had your hand up, I didn't see it, so I apologize. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Like I said, we're going to get through this section. We'll start the next one, and then we will round out the last 2 domain areas of study for tomorrow. All right, so one of the elements about talking about the responsibilities of working in the cloud, right, is the shared responsibility model, right? There is a infrastructure security side and the platform and service management side. The idea here is that there is physical infrastructure, physical networking, hardware and software that is operating below the hypervisor level, which you as the end user of cloud services really don't see. And on the infrastructure side, That is the responsibility of the cloud service provider. The other elements like the attached storage, the networking components, all of the service management is also the responsibility of the cloud service provider. When we look at what it is that they have to do, they have to deal with the physical security of their data centers, the hardware security on the server side, the patch management and security configurations of the host systems that are running. They need to, on the network side, deal with intrusion detection systems, encryption on the disks, and access control and surveillance around the facilities and grounds. When we look at the users, the consumers of the public cloud, we see there's some elements that seemingly match, and there's other responsibilities that we have to have on our own. Data and identity management, right? So we are always responsible for our data and our identities. Configuration and patch management. So on the guest operating system side, when we build virtual machines on cloud service provider hardware, we're leveraging infrastructure as a service. And when we build those virtualized environments, those virtual machines, we have to patch those operating systems. If we are running our own applications or even third party that we license on those virtual machines, or even as a use of app service plans, we are responsible for making upgrades, changes, and the like for the things that we're running as part of even platform as a service. And of course, application security goes without saying. If we are setting up usernames and passwords and role-based access control for access to those services, we need to make sure that we are handling and managing that responsibility there. Some of the elements are shared. So as I mentioned, like the patch management piece, right? On the infrastructure side, you have to have the cloud service provider do the hardware side. You have to do the guest side or the virtualized side. The configuration management, where you deal with the cloud service provider provides the framework for identity management. In other words, the framework is there. You add your users to that framework and then assign rights and access controls based on those available settings. So they provide the framework. You do the actual assignment and then role-based access control restrictions. When we think about zero trust and we think about the security, the overarching security posture, there are these 6 foundational pillars that we really talk about. We've talked about a lot of these already. So just to kind of touch on them again, identities, right? Identities are permissibly anything, right? User accounts that are used to log in, service accounts that operate on behalf of a user, privileged management accounts that are logging in to do management options, all those different elements. Devices. If we are utilizing corporate devices only, and we're going to set up policies to make that the case. If we're going to allow bring your own device, then we have to find ways to manage those as well. Applications and APIs. We have to make sure that they are securely deployed, properly configured, set up with just enough access, just enough administration where it's needed, just-in-time access as permissible to get the work done that needs to get done. Data. When we talk about the data, we want to make sure that we are setting it up with the right access types. If there are people that need to manipulate the data, then they need read-write control. If there's people that only need to read the data, they should only get read access control. Other people should not see the data at all. We should deny access and make sure they don't have it. Regardless of which, we want to make sure that the data is encrypted at rest, in transit, and wherever possible in use. Infrastructure, we want to make sure that we're taking a zero trust posture against attacks, no matter where we reside. the on-prem environment, the cloud environment, whatever it might be. Because in your on-premises environment, you have your private cloud as well. So you want to make sure that in both cases, or really anywhere, if you're in a multi-cloud environment even, you want to make sure that all of that infrastructure configuration is set up in a secure manner. And then networks, obviously, we want to be able to make sure that we're monitoring and encrypting that traffic as well. All of this falls into, I shouldn't say falls into, but it kind of runs alongside the concept of governance, risk, and compliance, right? So the governance piece is really, the rules or controls for the activities, right? So when we think about that, we might have corporate governance because of some sort of compliance that we have to have with the state we operate in, the business side. If we are a bank, we're the banking industry, we have to be compliant with the banking industry. So therefore, we are going to have a corporate governance that probably exceeds that level of compliance. When we think about risk and risk management and all of that, this is another element where, we need to have our processes for what we're going to do when risk is discovered. What are we going to do to mitigate or remediate these issues? And how are we going to respond publicly? When an organization gets attacked or compromised, there's multiple facets to having to communicate that information out. So even things like what is our communication posture going to be comes into play on this element as well. So depending on how long you've been in information technology, you've probably heard different elements of, where the security boundaries are, right? And it used to be the domain. And then, of course, with Active Directory, the domains were a administrative boundary or a resource boundary. I really shouldn't say administrative. Domains were a resource boundary, and the real administrative boundary or the security boundary was the forest, at the forest level. Now we kind of look at the cloud and the landscape there, and really identities are the new security perimeter, because wherever anything is running, it is running on some form of identity. And if we make that the security perimeter, the thing that if we can keep it from being breached, makes it so that it's next to impossible to get to anything else, we're in a better spot, right? You can't steal data without breaching the identity of someone that's got the access to that data. Now, it is true that if you compromise a machine and you can compromise the machine at system access, you're above administrator, right? But at that point, if the data is encrypted, even the system can't read it. So the idea is that if we treat these identities as the main focus point, a lot of our other actions and activities coalesce around it. How we handle and manage some of these identities are going to be part and parcel with processes like single logon, right? Single logon is a great element where you log on with your one identity and you use that everywhere. So when I, even externally and commercial, publicly, when I go in and I do stuff in my browser and my browser window is open and there are sites that time out. Like if I go to my bank is going to time out. But if I'm logged in with Facebook and I move over to the New York Times site and I log in to read the news behind the paywall, since I use Facebook there, I'm passed right through. There's another site that I use that I do the exact same thing, and I log in with Facebook, and I can't think of it right now. But site number 2, which I can't think of right now, when I go there, I'm also allowed right through because the token's already live because my Facebook page is available. So the idea is on a corporate side, you log in with that one identity, and it's a centralized identity in if it's in the cloud, Entra ID. If it's on-prem, it's Active Directory domain services. But through that one logon, you get all of your permissions, all of your user groups, all of that is combined. And then when you go from logging onto the desktop, opening up Word, accessing OneDrive, going to Exchange Online, going to SharePoint, all of this is seamless because it continues to pass on those credentials and allow you in. When we think about what's included with Active Directory domain services, we understand that just like Entra ID in the cloud, it offers a centralized managed point. All of the authentication and authorization takes place in ADDS. ADDS also offers group policy to control what users can actually do with the different resources. So if you think about group policy having user controls and machine controls that can be universally dispersed, it's another element of holding down the security posture, right? If we're not letting even elevated users have the ability to install custom software that they want to use, we block it through group policy, then it doesn't even matter if they're an admin on the local system. They can't install it. And of course, since it functions a lot like Entra ID, it integrates with Entra ID as well, especially when we are synchronizing identities between the environments. So federation is a separate element from this, right? This is where you're still utilizing single sign-on. But when you've got multiple systems and multiple applications running in different places under different administrative boundaries, this allows for cross-organization collaboration. So when you've got federation set up and you're trusting other resources, and you are, one second here, seems like some of this is falling off the screen. When you have these other organizations tied in and federated with yours, you handle the single sign-on pass-off to those other security accounts databases. And then when you're authenticated versus those, all of the services that other organization offers that you've got rights to, you're granted access to as well. And this will also work under a hybrid identity situation where anytime that you've got your on-prem and cloud-based environment, even when you've got a federation to another organization and their sets of resources, you can leverage that across that boundary as well. All right, and we're going to step from that right into some of our larger capabilities of Microsoft Entra. So I'm going to go ahead and move us forward. So the former Azure Active Directory is, of course, that central repository up in the Microsoft public cloud. It does a lot of the same elements, right? Identity management we just spoke to, authentication and authorization. There's no group policy there, but there is conditional access. And we talked about that prior, about how you can set up who gets to log in and where. And if they're on a remote site and they go to log in, they'll probably get access by using the username, password, and then multi-factor, because we're going to take it up one level for conditional access. We'll let you in based on a second tier of authentication. You can also limit those logins. So if they're in a remote location, like the example I used earlier was like Germany, and you can't excise and utilize data from the United States over there, then that data would be locked out. The hybrid identity element, as I kind of mentioned just a moment ago, deals with taking those identities that are in the Active Directory domain services and replicating them up into Entra ID so that they're available in both places. Identity protection and governance, this goes down to setting up these risk-based access controls that we utilize under conditional access, and also making sure we've got that just-in-time access and utilizing privilege identity management to control those roles as well. Another element is also access reviews, where we actually regularly go through and say, look, there are these people that are assigned role-based permissions for different projects that are done. Do they still need access to those that data and those resources now that the project is over? We take a look at the access review. We basically tell them, we're going to expire your rights unless you respond with a business need to maintain them. That helps eliminate something that I refer to as permission creep. When a user's in an organization for a long, long time, they keep adding permission, they keep adding rules, they almost never take anything away. So access reviews is the start point for regularly taking on that activity. When we think about securing our posture, being able to have some sort of a measure to say, okay, how are we doing? There is a secure score in the Azure dashboard for Defender for Cloud that basically identifies your position with respect to your identity. It gives an objective measurement of your current security posture with respect to your identities. It gives you improvement actions and how that score would be affected. And if you follow those recommendations by changing some of those elements, you'll improve your own security posture. So when we talk about these different elements and we talk about Entra ID and we have these tenants and these directories, and sometimes there's a lot of confusion, right? So I usually like to pull this element apart a little bit, right? The tenant itself is the dedicated instance of the service representation of the organization. So if you think about it, if I mentioned earlier, I have my own little organization. I got my own little tenant from my household here, right? Corporations have great big tenants, right? They've got their tenants that represents their organization. Now, when you think about it, there are going to be different elements that make up that tenant. One of the bigger elements are your Azure subscriptions, your licenses to SharePoint. These things are all separate elements that you pull in and you utilize in your organization. You utilize these in your tenant. Tenants are separated from one another. The management scope is about user accounts, groups, and devices. The role-based access controls that you configure are on the directory itself. If I'm going in and I'm managing my user accounts and groups at the tenant level, I am not assigning rights within an Azure subscription to go access resources. I'm saying at the tenant level, you are the user access administration for other users. You are the billing administrator for our subscriptions, all the things that operate as part of the organization. Again, identities, applications. Now, the resources are your directory that's storing the information about the users, the groups, and devices, and the policies that affect those at that directory level. The idea is that with your enterprise applications and your app registrations, those are at your Entra ID level. These might be applications that might be running in a subscription, but the idea is they have to be registered with the tenant in order to operate there. With the management features here, we're talking about user and group management, access controls, role-based access controls with respect to the tenant itself, identity protection, and our privilege identity management. Sorry, I'm a little bit rolled off the bottom of the page here. I wanted to adjust that for everybody. Privilege identity management also controls those elements there as well. Again, making sure that, hey, someone is eligible for the role, and then let's make sure that when they need to do something in that role capacity, we can let them activate that role. I could be a global administrator right now delivering this session to all of you. I don't need to be doing anything that's globally administrative in my directory, in my tenant. So While I am eligible to globally administrate, I don't need it active right now. So let it be off. If I need to activate it, I can go in, I can activate the role, I can multi-factor authenticate, and then I can go about the work. Other things that are part of managing your tenant are the synchronization between the on-prem environment and the public cloud. So your Entra Connect setup to synchronize those identities. All of the reporting and monitoring that takes place, that's all available at that directory level. And of course, any branding that you might want to do. There might be a situation where you make a decision to change some of the elements of your branding, your custom domains. You could brand your logon and tie it all in, and that's where it would be done up at the tenant level. Some of the benefits of using an Entra ID configuration and a tenant are the security, because each tenant is isolated. So you don't have to worry about if you've got a tenant in one organization and a different organization that you merged with or bought out or whatever the case might be. That's entirely separate. Now you can federate between those, but you don't have to worry about the loss of isolation because it's still there. Now, the directory is a little bit different, right? You know, it's the core component. It's the core component that makes up all the information about the users, the applications, and so on. When you look at the directory element, that's where all of the different information is for the user identities when they're signing in to get their access, the resources they can access based on their role permissions and so on. So you're getting all of your management of your identities and your access management in one spot. Your device management is kept there. All of your application integration. So when you set up your single sign-on, so that I've got you know my SharePoint licenses and my M365 licenses, and I've got Exchange Online, and I've got a third-party CRM that I'm going to utilize. We tie all of the application logon elements together there and handle and manage all of those logon elements for that single sign-on. We look at app permissions. It's similar to where you're leveraging how can these apps handle and utilize our data and our resources. What is it that's going to make it so that they can go in and gain access to the data and information that's stored on our resources, and how are we going to allow that? Centralized management, it's scalable no matter how many, well, I shouldn't say no matter how many. I suppose there's an upper limit to everything, but there's, with very large organizations with thousands of devices, you have the ability to handle and manage all of this within the directory. So there are some similarities, and there are some differences. So when we think about those elements, we've got, you know, the tenant being that dedicated instance. The scope is really everything. There's isolation between other tenants. When we think about the directory, it's the core component within the tenant that stores all of that information about the users, the groups, and all of that. Its function handles the user accounts, the groups, the actual identity management, and the access management. And it can integrate with other applications and services so that you can set up your authorization, your authentication and authorization to gain access to those resources. And again, those two differences are pretty much outlined there. The tenant is the overall container, while the directory is the component element to it. So the customization versus management element are kind of correspond with one another, in that the tenants can be customized to the way that the organization needs in order to have their specialty set up. The directories are all tied in, and management is pretty much the same regardless of where they are. So then you can even take it a step broader, right? And deal with situations like multi-tenant configurations. In a multi-tenant configuration, where, and this can come about by divestitures, this could come about by one organization merging with another. You have the ability to set up some sharing of resources like infrastructure and application instances, but you still have elements of isolation. You have the ability to say, our data and information will reside here. Here's elements that we will share. Here are other elements that we will not share, and mark those out accordingly. You can make it so that the likeness between the two are present. So any shared data, shared information, shared configuration, applications, and so forth are supported. And at the same time, anything that needs to be maintained separately could be done too. When we think about our setup here, let me move this again. Somehow I got off the bottom of the screen. It allows for the scalability for a multi-tenant configuration, allows for that resource, the efficient resource use, right? Anytime resources are needed, they're spun up on demand, they're paid for at that point in time, and then they are broken down afterwards. You don't need them any longer. There's also a level of cost effectiveness when you've got a multi-tenant configuration leveraging some of the same elements. Rather than having multiple of the same type of element, you can share it. Now, sometimes with the number of users involved, that there might be a requirement to further increase resources. So maybe a two-tiered server farm isn't enough. You might need another tier, but you would end up otherwise having two-tiered server farms. So you're definitely getting a reduction in coverage on that. And again, with the centralized management, you have the ability to have all of this done through the one web interface, or if you're going to do it from the command line, from that one PowerShell connection through. Cost efficiency, simplified management, scalability, as we kind of mentioned before. Some of the use cases are outlined here. Let me just kind of clean that up a little bit. M365 and Salesforce, you've got multi-tenant setups to those types of architectures, and they're allowed to serve multiple organizations at the same time. When you're leveraging software as a service, you have the ability to tie into those common software as a service applications that are being deployed and make it so that it scales for the different businesses based on their use. Now, all of this interconnectivity, for lack of a better way to say it, does allow for a little bit of, I'm off the page here. Pardon me for 1 second. I don't know why font went off the page, but let me do that so you can see everything. When we have multi-tenant configurations, yeah, there are efficiencies, there are elements that help you out, but there are some risks that come aboard with this as well, right? When there's unauthorized access to tenant, one particular tenant, you're at risk in the other tenant, right? Because of the shared element. You can have strong access controls and encryption. That's going to help, because if the data is encrypted and the breach is attempted across, the attacker may not have the access they're going to need to read the data. Other elements also include the data exposure. So anytime that there's misconfigurations, more data might be available than otherwise. Remember, confidentiality, integrity, availability. So when the confidentiality element isn't set high enough, you run the risk of that exposure on the availability side, too much availability. Anytime you're dealing with unauthorized access, so if one organization has stronger policies than another, the other authentication mechanism might allow other users to gain access that in your tenant or your organization you would not otherwise allow. And the other pretty large risk is compliance concerns, right? General data protection, residency protection, GDPR, HIPAA requirements for healthcare, and the whole host of them. When you have a multi-tenant configuration and one organization has a stricter requirement, so they operate more restrictively, the other tenant may not understand that. They may not be held to the same requirements and do not have the same controls. Therefore, there's a possibility of access there too. Let me just shrink this.
Jason,
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question.
Yep.
What is the best practice? It's to create a multi-tenant or a separate tenant?
So that's hard. It's hard to answer because it's going to depend on business need, right? If my business only wants to be federated with somebody else, I'm better off as a single tenant, right? I'm going to set it up so that I could do things with them by being federated, but I'm going to keep my own controls of my own tenant. It's not always possible, right? If you've got a corporation and you make automobiles, let's say you make automobiles in the United States, and then there's a European company that makes automobiles in Europe, and you decide to merge. There's two tenants there to begin with. Then you basically kind of merge them in as a multi-tenant configuration. But there's going to be considerations, especially with the European Union and GDPR. They have to hold certain data to different standards and requirements than we do in the United States. Theirs is stronger. So what happens is, with a configuration like that one, we have a multi-tenant setup based on the fact of the merger, and we would never think about, okay, let's create a new third tenant and collapse everybody in. Because of the way that the environments are already set up and structured, you would end up keeping that set up that way. Similarly, I'm trying to think, like a hotel chain, maybe like, a big one like Hilton or something like that. They're a global corporation. They might be multi-tenant configured because of requirements in different, the European, forget the governance requirements. The business itself may have a level of autonomy. The Americas division operates differently than the Europe division, and the Asia Pac division works differently than the Europe division. So you might need to maintain a multi-tenant configuration just based on business drivers as opposed to governance ones. Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you.
You got it. So some other security risks that you need to kind of take into consideration or think about. There's possible gaps within your application programming interfaces, the way that they operate and function between the different applications in all the different tenants. There's always the risk of security update differences. If one organization handles and manages security updates in a particular fashion that exceeds what another one does, the security risk on the other side transfers to you, because if they're breached, they can make it over onto your side. So when we think about the other elements that make up the entire structure, we've got our identities in Entra ID. We talked about this before a little bit about the identities being the new security boundary. When we consider our users, there are internal users and there are external users. The internal users are employees or contractors. They're the accounts that are in our organization. You set up your users, you're creating your users locally. When we think about external users, and we'll talk a little bit about them in just a second, they're the ones you invite in. They belong to a different organization. They have another tenant configuration of their own. What you do is you're inviting them in to be able to utilize your resources, but not necessarily log into your organization. So as an example, if Microsoft were to partner with Adobe, right, we each have our own internal users, but we could invite Adobe users in to our Entra ID organization so that they could help us with a combination program we might be working on. Now, we're not adding user accounts into our directory for them. We're letting them authenticate where they are, and we invite them in and we give them role-based access control here in our organization for our resources. So internal users, you have your own organizational credentials that you log in. You have access to pretty much a broader scope of things, and you're managed through the Entra Admin Center, and you have your own policies tied in with respect to MFA and everything else. When it's an external user, these are people outside. They're in their own organization. They're utilizing personal accounts like your public Microsoft accounts. Generally, when you get access into an organization, it's restricted to just what's needed. Your management, there's a certain amount of management that you could do in Entra ID with those external accounts. You can control the things in your organization, access to resources and so on, but you don't have the ability to go ahead and set password controls and make them change their passwords, because that's all handled and managed in their own Entra ID or their own security accounts database. When we think about having these, different elements of managing these different identities, it makes it so that whether they're internal or external, we know that only authorized users are getting that control, right? If they're part of our Entra ID, we've got a lot more control over them. But even when we invite them in externally, we are still able to set them up based on limited resource access and role-based access control so that they can work alongside us as a partner, but then they don't get access to other elements in the ecosystem. All right, so just like there are user identities, there are also group identities. I'm going to shrink this up a hair to see if I can get it onto one screen. There we go. Oops. I think it moved forward. There we go. Group identities. When we look at our security groups and our M365 groups, it looks pretty familiar, right? Security groups are used to manage user and device access, and M365 is mainly collaboration. It's mainly your mailboxes, calendars, files, SharePoint. This is not to say that you can't use security groups to assign certain resources to certain access to resources like SharePoint sites and calendars. But the main purpose of a security group is to manage the user and device access management and policy application. When we look at the mail side of the house, and a moment while I shrink that up to stay on one screen, we're looking at the ability to collaborate, share documents, SharePoint, OneDrive for Business, shared mailboxes, calendars, and all of that. This allows those external users to come in and be able to be added to message groups, mail groups, M365 groups, and not potentially impact security settings on the security group side. When we use group identities, basically what we're doing is we are making it so that rather than having to independently manage people on a one-to-one basis, we have the ability to go in and manage the group. It's a lot easier to say this particular group can log on to virtual machines administratively, and we put 50 users into it rather than trying to manage 50 users separately. If part of our part of our guest external access is to bring someone in and give them similar access to our developers to work on a project. All we need to do is add that external person into that group. When they're added to the group, they're given the same roles and rights as the other members. And then when they're done and we remove them, that access control is removed. So the idea is that, and the same is true for the M365 side. If they need to collaborate with us and get access to documents on SharePoint, we add them. And then when we don't need them anymore, to have that level of access, we can take them out of that group. And that ends their access to the elements that were on SharePoint, but then maybe not affect them for other things. All righty, so taking a look at the clock and where we are right where we're supposed to be. Device identities, I'm going to start tomorrow. So this is pretty much a wrap on everything I wanted to talk about today in the first part, our session 1 of 2. So I want to thank everybody for their attendance. I'll make a last call to see if there are any other questions. Fantastic. Looks like there are no. Oh, no,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Jason. Thank
Oh, you're
you
welcome.
for the best course today.
You're quite welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
It's helpful.
Fantastic. That's
Yeah,
that was what I was hoping for.
Thank you.
All righty, fantastic. So I hope everybody has an opportunity tomorrow to come back for part 2 of 2. It's the rest of the material that's in the course. So again, thank you for your attendance today and for the opportunity to bring the first half of SC-900 to all of you. Thanks a lot. Have a great rest of your day.
Okay, thank you. See you tomorrow.